Honourable members, this is the last chance on any inputs on clause 8. I'm moving to clause 9.
Agreed, we can move.
Thank you.
Agreed, Chair.
Honourable members, clause 9 reads as follows, and the heading is Establishment of Fund. The National Health Insurance Fund is hereby established as an autonomous public entity as contained in Schedule 3A to the Public Finance Management Act. Any hands? Van Staden, Munyai, Clark. In that order?
Thank you, Chair. I think this is better, yes. I think at this stage, there's no thorough assessment that has been done in order to see what the effects of a NHI will be on our economy. I think with tabling this bill in Pretoria by the Minister of Health in 2019, the stock market already reacted negatively with a loss of 14 billion rand on the said day. And in a question submitted for written reply to the Minister by myself, or by my party in the National Council of Provinces on the 23rd of August 2019. Question number 16, internal question paper number 9. We inquired of the Minister whether his department raised any concerns from the National Treasury regarding the implementation of the NHI. If so, what were the concerns? Whether his department considered such concerns? If not, why not? If so, what are the details? And whether his department consulted with premiers of the provinces regarding the implementation of the NHI. And the Minister answers at that stage was as follows. So I quote, so they, the National Treasury, have been part of a policy development and raised many concerns in the process which was dealt with by the Ministerial Committee on through the in-departmental process. In his answer, the Minister also stated, and I quote, that concerns raised by Treasury relate to the following areas: the extensive nature of shifting provincial functions and funds to the national sphere needs adequate planning and time to implement, clarity regarding the location of each function listed in the National Health Act, provisions that contravene the Public Finance Management Act and Division of Revenue Act, the NHI Fund as a direct charge against the National Revenue Fund. The bill should provide greater detail relating to the transitional phase until full implementation of NHI for medical schemes to understand what their complementary role will be in future and if the financial implications relating to the various policy proposals, close quote. Now, the greatest threat to the success of this NHI is, I think, in this stage, the government itself. As over the past 26 years, it has repeatedly shown that it's utterly unable to govern or manage this country. And I think we see it played out now in our public hospitals also. And I believe the NHI is just another way in which the government plans to get its hands on more taxpayers' money. And it's hard to believe that the money will not eventually end up in the pocket of our corrupt cadres. And the South African government has repeatedly shown it cannot be trusted with taxpayers' money. We foresee that the NHI will have an extremely negative impact on South Africa's economy. One clear indication is that when the bill was tabled in Parliament during 2019, certain group shares fell with more than 8.5% directly after the bill was tabled. We are also seriously concerned about this as government wants to implement a system that is obviously not well thought through. And I think if a system is causing problems in various other countries as well, one cannot help but wonder what will happen here, where we have poor administration, mismanagement, and corruption at the order of the day. And we saw what happened in the digital vibes scandal last year. I just want to touch, Chairperson, just bear with me. I think this country cannot afford to sustain any more damage to our economy, and it's already struggling healthcare system. The promise of the previous Minister of Health of the NHI will not take the same risk as various state entities is vague and not reassuring. The Minister made his statement during the Hospital Association of South Africa conference in August 2019 here in Cape Town. And statements like this not only aim to mislead the public, but they also do not divulge the whole truth to South Africans. An explanation of how the government will ensure that the NHI does not suffer great financial losses and how government plans to manage this fund to prevent corruption must be provided. And I don't think at this stage it's already provided. It must be noted that during that same week, it came to light that corruption had occurred with the South African Police Services Medical Aid Permit, as an amount of 15.7 million was unlawfully allocated to the fund's Board of Trustees over a period of 3 years, and the Board of Trustees has awarded themselves salary increases. The NSI will also have a Board of Trustees, which will function in terms of the legislation of the Public Finance Management Act. There exists a very real possibility that this Board of Trustees will follow in the footsteps of Parliament's Board of Trustees, and neither the minister or the previous minister nor the president can guarantee that corruption will not occur in the NHI, Chairperson. We saw what happened last year. I'm saying it again on the digital vibes, and that is my input on this clause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nhi.
I'll try to speak loud because of the adverse noise behind ourselves. Honorable Chairperson, my contribution relates to clause 9. The African National Congress unequivocally support this clause. This clause establishes a national health insurance fund as a national public entity as contemplated in the Public Finance Management Act 1999, which is Act number 1 of 1999, is to be retained as is. Section 3A, Honorable Chairperson, this is a Schedule A entities, are organization created by government and mandated to fulfill economic or social responsibility on behalf of government. They rely on government funding and public money, either by means of transfer from the National Revenue Fund or through statutory money. By their name, these entities have at least autonomy as designated by the PFMA. This implies that there is a stringent oversight to the executive authority and Parliament. Examples of this organization is Competition Commission, Brand SA, Agriculture Research Council, Commission for Conciliation, Mediation and Arbitration. So therefore, the state-owned entity are a state-owned enterprises. It's an entity formed by the government for the purpose of engaging in commercial activities on behalf of government. The government usually takes either full or partial ownership of any state-owned enterprises, which are typically approved to engage in a specific activities. The SOEs represent the government in commercial endeavors and also sell fiscal resources to trading entities and corporations. Example of these entities will be Transnet, Eskom, Denel, Sanral and Industrial Development Corporation, as well as South African Post Office. This clause is supported because we recognize health as the public good, and the fund will be fulfilling a specific social responsibility functioning on behalf of government. I'm sure we have tried to clarify the differences of Section 3 entities and state-owned enterprises. Chairperson, therefore, again, will submit this content in written form as per your directive. Thank you very much.
Honorable Clark.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, what can us as this committee how can we be guaranteed that NHI will be different to any SOE that we manage in this country? I mean, we just have to look at Eskom, was raised, and now Transnet, etc., and what has happened and transpired. I can't see that the NHI is going to be any different in terms of management. Firstly, the minister plays the role of accountability completely, and that should be shifted to Parliament so that Parliament can have oversight. We see no economic or social impact study done in terms of this bill as yet, and it gives us no clarity in terms of the funding model. Your pilot projects have all failed. You know, the private medical fraternity contributes 8.7% to our GDP. If you look at our infrastructure of health and what benefits patients get at state care hospital at the moment is just too terrible. I'm telling you, I've seen horror stories at hospitals that make my hair stand on end. That's happening. And so the current infrastructure would never be able to cope with the likes of NHI. We see how NHS is battling at the moment, and they have a far better infrastructure. I mean, how are we going to curb corruption within this bill? You know, we would like to have complete clarity in terms of that. Also, the ultimate framework implied by the NHI is that general taxes would be increased. So South Africans once again would become poorer than what they are at the moment. We just see, you know, in terms of cost of living at the moment, how South Africans are really battling in terms of food costs, taxes, fuel costs, etc. And you know, that's a huge concern in terms of tax hikes. And we would really like to get some kind of supporting documents and clarity as to how this NHI will be funded, because we don't have that. And so that we can see whether this bill is actually going to make a difference in terms of healthcare. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ismail, followed by Honorable Wilson and Kaba, and Munya again.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Now, while we note that the NHI fund is established, you know, as an autonomous public entity, you know, as contained in Schedule 3A to the PFMA, we also note that, you know, the NHI fund is really, you know, we're looking at billions of rands, and this is, you know, the public purse. Now, there is actually no clarity on the role of the Minister of Finance, considering that the, you know, the amount of monies that we are actually looking for, or, you know, in this bill. Secondly, I want to raise again, you know, when this bill was originally initiated, the circumstances of the country and the circumstances of the economy of the country right now has changed tremendously. So, you know, a new financial feasibility study is necessary, considering, you know, the way we are standing as a country right now, especially after COVID. I mean, you know, cost of living is changed. I mean, when you're looking at the socioeconomic circumstances of most of the people in this country is at, you know, a dire point, if I can put it that way. So this is an issue. I mean, we need something current. We can't be working on something that has taken, you know, place already a few years ago. Things change as days are going. Thirdly, you know, I'm really worried that the centralization of the fund means, you know, centralization of the function of provinces. Now we know that, you know, provinces actually, you know, providing healthcare by provinces is actually the second largest function. And now we are going to be, to a large extent, not we, but the fund will be taking away this function. And I'm just worried that, you know, this will be actually infringing on the constitutional mandate. My last point is, I'm already partly covered by my colleague that spoke before me. You know, we sing specifically, we cannot have a minister that, you know, we've already had past experience with the digital vibe saga, and that was already mentioned. And we already know the present current status of all our SOEs. And the NHI is definitely going to be another huge SOE. And with, you know, if you look at the experience of this country when it comes to corruption, you know, we really need to zoom in to be able to say that we need external audits. We cannot have government auditing itself, and we cannot have no transparency and accountability when it comes to these audits, because these are like billions of monies that we are actually, it's taxpayers' monies that we are talking about. So I'm really concerned about this, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. So we've already noted this, that the NHI framework envisages the establishment of a single organization to purchase all healthcare in South Africa. And this creates a problem because it means that all revenue that would have been allocated via the PES and conditional grants will now be redirected to the National Health Insurance Fund. And therefore, provincial governments will not receive transfers from the national government to carry out their constitutional obligations with respect to healthcare. And in effect, provincial departments merely become an agent of the National Health Insurance Fund. Control over financing implies control over service planning, spatial distribution, mix of health services, effective provincial health administrations. In effect, by going this route as envisaged in clause 9, health services would cease to be a concurrent function between national and provincial governments. And that will nullify the constitutional allegation of functions. Now, we're going back to the age-old story. What comes first, the chicken or the egg? Because if this is going to nullify constitutional mandates on provincial governments, do we not need to change that first? Or do we go ahead with this and spend the next 3, 4, 5, however many years it takes, changing the other constitutional mandates of provincial health governments? I have a concern with that. Provincial health services would not be receiving financing for healthcare as revenue for further appropriation by provincial legislatures. Instead, the provincial health services would receive revenue in the form of health service reimbursements, much the way as the private health services receive them. Technically, this means that the national government appropriates the funds for the NHIF, which then buys either the provincial or the private health services. I think we are leaving ourselves open to huge constitutional issues on this. And I think by taking away the constitutionally mandated functions of provincial health departments, this clause is going to be problematic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, I think we are still on clause 9, and I rise in support of Honorable Munyai to say that the ANC support this clause. But Chair, there is also one important factor we must raise, that the NHI is in itself a one pool, one fund, which is to cover many services comprehensively. And it's underpinned by Ubuntu and social solidarity. So that has to be very clear that this is quite inclusive. But the ANC would like to correct the assertion that, because the earlier speaker spoke of this, the assertion that the private sector contributed 8.7 to the GDP. This is not correct. the private sector, the private health sector expenditure is at 4% of GDP. So as the ANC would like to correct that because it was raised earlier. But Chair, lastly, also to raise the fact that the earlier speaker also mentioned around the issue with regard to the negative impact of the economy. Chair, by requirement, the cabinet through the DPME and the department conducted a socio-economic impact assessment, which has shown that the national health insurance will not have a negative impact on the economy. Hence, the ANC support the establishment of the NHI fund because we need to state facts correctly here. So that was conducted. Thanks, Chair. ANC support the establishment of NHI.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I must say that I thought I want response to political statement that takes away our focus from the clause by clause of the bill. But be that as may be, it's important on Section 9 to emphasize again that Section 3A entities, which NHI will be, are organizations created by government and mandated to fulfill a specific economic and social responsibility on behalf of government. They rely, I repeat, they rely on government funding and public money, either by means of transfer from the National Revenue Fund or through the statutory money. But their nature, as we said earlier, there's a very strong stringent oversight designated in the context of autonomy by PFMA. So therefore, Honorable Chair, the question where the money will come from, it has been clarified and will continue to clarify that. I also want to ask, Honorable Chair, that the issue of the constitutional mandate, it can't just be a song throughout because that will be covered at clause 31 and 32. When we come to that clause, we'll begin to engage on the issue of the constitutional mandate. Honorable Chair, I think it's important and imperative that we must respond to some of the issues here that has been raised that with regard to the source of the private fund in terms of percentage to the GDP. The clarity is the following. The ANC, for instance, would like to correct the assertion that the private sector contributed 8.7% to the GDP. This is incorrect. The private sector, health sector, expenditure is at 4% of the GDP at the current moment. These are facts. And I'm sure the health economics will clarify some of these issues. And we must say, Honorable Chair, that our understanding of the organization whose share price fell was because they had made commitment that the administration of the the NHI fund will be outsourced. These companies had committed to their shareholders that they will administer NHI. The shareholders were unhappy when the bill was presented to Parliament with provisions that indicated that administration will not be outsourced. We thought we need to clarify this issue point blank. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I support what Honorable Kaba would have raised in full. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Wilson, are you now provoked?
Yes, I am. Point of order. We're here to ask the questions and raise concerns. And the answers must come from the panel that sits in front of us. We don't need Mr. Munyai to answer the questions for us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Honorable Munyai.
Honorable members, thank you very much for your input. I'm going to take a last hand because we've been very, very kind to everyone. So last hand now, Honorable Slengwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are still on clause 9, where one would look the abuse of power, where there is a more and more powers to the minister. But my submission in this one is that the committee should extensively evaluate governance provision of the bill to strengthen independent oversight if the legal nature of the funds cannot be changed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, thank you for your input on clause 9. I am going to move forward to clause 10. Functions of the fund. To achieve the purpose of this act, the fund must take all reasonably necessary steps to achieve the objectives of the fund and the attainment of universal health coverage as outlined in section 2 or clause 2. Pool the allocated resources in order to actively purchase and procure healthcare services, medicines, health goods, and health-related products from healthcare service providers, health establishments, and suppliers that are certified and accredited in accordance with the provisions of this Act, the National Health Act, and the Public Finance Management Act. Purchase healthcare services on behalf of users as advised by the Benefits Advisory Committee. Enter into contracts with accredited healthcare service providers based on the healthcare needs of users. Prioritize the timely reimbursement of healthcare services to achieve equity. Establish mechanisms and issue directives for the regular, appropriate, and timeous payment of healthcare service providers, health establishments, and suppliers. Determine payment rates annually for healthcare service providers, health establishments, and suppliers in the prescribed manner and in accordance with the provisions of this Act. Take measures to ensure that the funding of healthcare services is appropriate and consistent with the concepts of primary, secondary, tertiary, and quaternary levels of healthcare services. Collate utilization data and implement information management systems to assist in monitoring the quality and standard of healthcare services, medicines, health goods, and health-related products purchased by the fund. Develop and maintain a service and performance profile of all accredited and contracted healthcare service providers, health establishments, and suppliers. Ensure that healthcare service providers, health establishments, and suppliers are paid in accordance with the quality and value of the service provided at every level of care. Monitor the registration, license, or accreditation status, as the case may be, of healthcare service providers, health establishments, and suppliers. Account to the minister on the performance of his functions and the exercise of its powers. Undertake internal audit and risk management. Undertake research, monitoring, and evaluation of the impact of the fund on national health outcomes. Liaise and exchange information with the departments, statutory professional councils, other government departments, and organs of state as and when appropriate or necessary in order to achieve the purpose outlined in section 2. Maintain a national database on the demographic and epidemiological profile of the population. Protect the rights and interests of users of the fund, enforce compliance with the Act, take any other action or steps which are incidental to the performance of the functions or the exercise of the powers of the fund, and operate in accordance with the provisions of this Act and other applicable law at all times. The fund must perform its functions in the most cost-effective and efficient manner possible, and in accordance with the values and principles mentioned in Section 195 of the Constitution and the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act. The fund performs its functions in accordance with health policies approved by the Minister. The fund must support the Minister in fulfilling his or her obligation to protect, promote, improve, and maintain the health of the population as provided for in Section 3 of the National Health Act. So first hand was Honorable Gela, second Honorable Munyai, third Honorable Krabbe, fourth Van Staden. Clark, Wilson, Harvard. Anybody else on the platform? Ismail and Tembakwayo. And yes, that is it, honorable members. Please continue in that fashion. Honorable Gela. Honorable Gela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, my contribution on this clause, clause number 10, I will focus on clause 10D. Sorry for that, Chair. On clause 10D, ANC support this clause for the following reasons. The fund must enter into contract with accredited providers to ensure that healthcare services that are purchased meet the norms and standards for the quality and for the quality that are acceptable to the users. My second point, the contracted healthcare provider must meet the healthcare needs for the a population that they are giving. My last point, Chair, this means that the disease burden of communities that are served must be well understood and taken into account when planning for contracting with accredited providers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The Africa, of course, we're going to contribute to clause 10 broadly, but the ANC rise to support the clause 10E based on the following reasons. Prioritizing timely reimbursement for healthcare services will ensure that our healthcare professionals, such as doctors and nurses and other critical healthcare professions, do not immigrate, as they will receive their remuneration on time, and they will serve the users fairly and consistently to address their healthcare needs. This is also in line with the provision of the Public Finance Management Act, which provides for payment within 30 days. Honorable Chair, again, the ANC rise in support of clause 10G based on the following reasons. To ensure that sustainability of the NHI fund, it is also important that the fund retains the responsibility for fairly determining the reimbursement rates that are affordable and based on the budget envelope that is made available to meet the population health needs. I must continue to support the clause 10K on behalf of the African National Congress based on the following reason, Honorable Chair. One of the pillars of the strategic purchasing is the reimbursement of the providers based on the principle of value for money. This will ensure that the fund helps to meet the population health needs in a way that is efficient and effective and leads to maximum health gain based on the available budget envelope. Continuing to support clause 10O, the ANC support this clause based on the following reasons. As the primary entity tasked with meeting the personal health needs of the population, the NHI fund must proactively generate, gather and analyze the relevant data and information that will support its planning and decision-making processes towards effectively contributing to attaining national health policy objectives and improves health outcomes. Honorable Chair, the ANC support clause 10S based on the following reason. The NHI fund must ensure that the accredited and contracted providers as well as the user adhere with the protocols, guidelines, and the processes that relates to compliance with the provision of covered health services and how they should be accessed. I must say, Honorable Chair, ANC also support clause 10.2, subsection 2, based on the following reason. The NHI fund must ensure that every effort to put into place administrative and related process that meet high standard of professional ethics and ensure that efficient, economic, and effective use of the resources allocated to it. Additionally, the fund must ensure that its services are provided impartially, fairly, equitably, and without bias, with a strong focus to the vulnerable. The elements are all covered in section 195 of the Constitution. Also, section 10, subsection 3, the ANC support this clause based on the following reason. The fund is established as an entity that directly falls under and reports to the Minister of Health as the executive authority responsible for the health sector and its performance. Therefore, Honorable Chair, NHI fund must ensure that its operation and activities supporting the execution of the mandate adequately recognize and take into account the health sector priorities and programs as outlined and approved by the Minister of Health. Honorable Chair, we further, as the ANC, support section clause 10, subsection 4, based on the following reason, that the NHI fund must ensure that its operation and activities supporting the execution of the mandate based on the healthcare sector priorities and programs as outlined and approved by the Minister. Those are my submission. Again, Honorable Chair, I'll sign them in written form for the record.
Thank you. I am just going to allow Honorable Ismail to go first. She has another appointment, and then I'll go back to Honorable Van Staden. Honorable Ismail.
Thank you, Chair. Very much appreciated. I just have a few inputs here. On clause 10(1)(f), you know, I'm really concerned about this clause. Is clause 10 allows the NHI fund to issue directives. You know, whereas in terms of administrative law principles, you know, a regulatory body normally issues directives, and the NHI fund is not a regulatory body. Please advise if I'm incorrect and why if I am incorrect. The second point, clause 10E. Now, we have so many things in writing. Unfortunately, it's not really implemented on the ground. So we are very well aware that, healthcare service providers are not paid on time. Our doctors are actually also not paid on time when you're looking at our ComService doctors and interns. How is the NHI going to ensure that these payments are done on time? And it can very well be said that the PFMA states does that in other within 30 days, et cetera, but it's not happening presently. So I'm asking, I'm basically putting on the table, I think there needs to be a stipulation or more details on how this will actually be achieved, considering the circumstances that we are in now, where it's actually not being implemented. Third point is clause 10(1)(g) means the prices will be controlled and set by government. Now, this is basically, direct market manipulation. It would be better that a separate independent regulatory body be set up to, determine prices
Honorable Ismail.
in the medical
Honorable Ismail.
industry. Say that, this is basically incorrect. Can you hear me? Chair, can you hear me?
You are breaking up very badly. Maybe you can take back two sentences back and start there again.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Clause 10(1)(g) means that prices will be controlled and set by government. Now, this is a direct market manipulation. It will be better that a separate independent regulatory body be set up to determine prices in the medical industry. I would just put that on the, and then clause 10(3) again should be amended, I would say, to say that, the fund should be performed in functions, perform their functions in accordance with the health policies, in accordance to the Health Act, rather than saying, in accordance to what the minister actually wants, or, in correlation with the minister. I'm not sure if you heard the issue where I stated we are very well aware that healthcare service providers are not being paid on time. Neither our intern ComService doctors and nurses paid on time. How is the NHI going to ensure that these payments are actually done on time? We know the PFMA states within 30 days, but we know that this is actually not being done presently, currently under this under the circumstances that we are now. So I think we need more of a stipulation or more clarity on details on how this is actually going to be achieved under the NHI. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable, where am I now? That started?
Thank you, Chair. I'm
Sorry.
gonna submit
Sorry, I missed Honorable Kaba. Then Honorable Van Staden.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think on clause 10, I think I rise to support Honorable Geller and Honorable Mnyaya upon what they have raised, correctly what the ANC says. On 10.3, I just understood the previous speaker having raised the method. I think the ANC support this clause for the following reasons. The fund is established as an entity that directly falls and reports to the Minister of Health as the executive authority and responsible for the health sector and its performance. Therefore, the NHI fund must ensure its operations and activities supporting the execution of its mandate adequately recognize and take into account the health sector priorities and programs as outlined and approved by Minister. I think it's very key to understand that. That's why we support that the Minister plays a role here. And then on 10F, Chair, on 10F, we must raise that the ANC also supports the bill on that matter. Chair, I would like to raise the following. On 10A, clause 10A, the ANC support this clause because the principle of universal health coverage, which will be achieved through the implementation of NHI. That's why we are supporting 10A. This is in line with section 27.2 and section 27.3 of the Bill of Rights in the Constitution, which states that the state must take reasonable measures to achieve the progressive realization of the right to healthcare services, including reproductive healthcare, and that no one may be refused emergency medical treatment. As outlined in the purpose of the Act, the fund saving as a single purchaser and a single payer will ensure equitable, fair distribution and use of healthcare services and resources. That is what the ANC support on clause 10.A. And then I would like also to relate myself to clause 10.J. The ANC support this clause under the following reasons. The implementation of NHI is founded on the pillar of improving the quality and accessibility of health for all South Africans. The ability of the fund to appropriately monitor the performance of accredited and contracted providers, health establishment and suppliers will ensure that they do not cover over service of under service and will comply with the stipulated clinical protocols, guidelines, reimbursement tools, norms and standards, as well as ensure that no patient is subjected to out-of-pocket settlement payments of the covered services. That's why 10.J, we are supporting it as ANC. Also, Chair, would like to rise on clause 10U, that the ANC support this clause for the following reasons. The NHI fund will be expected to operate within applicable legislative and regulatory prescripts, as it is in the case with other existing organs of state, as per PMFA. So the PMFA, the NHI will indeed comply to work according to prescripts of also the PMFA. Chair, I think I submit on those, on clause 10, those matters. The ANC supports the NHI. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will speak on sections 10.1, A2U, section 2, 3, and 4. I think we must note the concerns that was raised by the Financial and Fiscal Commission in this committee in October 2019. According to the FAFC, there are various progress, budget, and policy issues. They stated that the rolling out of the NHI has been on the budget program since the release of a green paper in 2011. And after that, 2 white papers have since been released, followed by the NHI bill in 2018. Now, according to the FAFC, a new NHI grant was introduced in 2012 to finance 11 NHI pilots with an initial 3-year allocation of 1 billion rand at that stage. And they said that the NHI grant, and I quote, encountered teething underspending challenges resulting in allocation reductions and the introduction of an indirect health insurance grant, close quote. They explicitly stated that planning was problematic from the beginning. According to the FAFC, the NHI pilot grant was intended to test the feasibility of a new delivery models, which include the district and ward-based clinical team and primary healthcare and the contracting of health practitioners. However, they also stated that the pilot has since, and I quote, produced mixed results and it did not cover the private sector, close quote. During these pilots, the following problems occurred. Health patient registration system was rolled out. The workload of staffing need to be made due to post-freezing. The target to refurbish 140 clinics infrastructure was not met. The stock visibility system was hampered by connectivity problems. The contracting of private doctors proved to be expensive after only 350 doctors were contracted. The full implementation of NHI is still years ahead, but the fund is scheduled to be operational by 2026. The 2017 budget at that stage announced the establishment of the NHI fund in 2017-18, where only 64 million was allocated in 2018, and no additional funding has since been announced at that stage. and several hurdles lie ahead and must be overcome before the NHI fund can come into operation, and that the 2026 timeline is, and I quote, too short a target to complete all the necessary steps, close quote. Now, according to the FAFC, approximately 9 activities remain outstanding on the progress of the NHI, and they were the establishment of an operational and administrative capacity, the development of health information systems, the function, shifts and the rearrangement of funding flows, the costing, healthcare benefit design, the design of a provider payment mechanism, the setting up of a new delivery structures and committees, and contracting and testing. And I also outlined that, and I quote, the implementation plan is going to need rigorous planning and sequencing, close quote. I also stated to this committee that the NHI grant has undergone numerous iterations since its inception in 2011, and they added that, open quote, the continuous repurposing of the NHI grant is worrying given the imminent introduction of the NHI fund, and that the baseline of allocations for NHI grants has been reduced drastically, and that it inadvertently delays implementation, close quote. Despite the changes that were made to the medical tax credits, there is no proposal to integrate the multiple NHI streams to establish this fund. Now, the FAFC stated that budget allocations to the NHI continue on the same trajectory of a piecemeal and incremental approach, thus the funding results in unrelated outputs. Now, the reason for this being that all programs were repacked under the NHI funding regime. And they also warned that, I quote, consistent irritation of NHI funding create implementation uncertainties, close quote. Now, certain NHI policy issues which are fundamental to the successful rollout of the NHI also came to light, and they said that the following remain outstanding. The role of provinces remains unclear. How funds will flow between the NHI fund, the provinces, the districts, and private service providers. How the financing of health infrastructure will take place. The ownership structure of public healthcare facilities, intergovernmental relations and the local government fiscal framework accountability arrangements, distributional equity of contracted service providers, the implication for central procurement under contracted service providers, and the rationalization and function of a payroll under limited delegations. The Financial Fiscal Commission report further stated that according to funding by the Health Market Inquiry, the Department of Health has, and I quote, not been playing its regular role as required by law, I close quote. Chairperson, the FAFC is adamant that the recommendations that are made in the Health Market Inquiry, I quote, should be aligned to the proposal made in the NHI bill, close quote. And that the functions of a supply side regulator for healthcare must overlap with some functions of the committees to be established in terms of a bill, e.g. the benefits pricing committee and the contracting unit for primary healthcare. They also warned us that national and provincial treasuries should develop some sort of framework and or criteria for determining serious financial strain with clear, measurable financial and non-financial factors that, according to the FAC, can be monitored, reported, and used to trigger automatic fiscal adjustment. The FAFC also recommended that the National Treasury and the Department of Health should allocate part of the 1890 medium-term expenditure framework health infrastructure allocations to gradually set off expenditure accruals which have arisen from unavoidable demands for which allocated budgets were depleted. And they also warned that the National Treasury should ensure that the framework for health infrastructure conditional grants must allow for flexibility during period of protracted fiscal constraints in order for provinces to reorientate their package of available capital allocations towards maintenance, and that health reforms must not undermine the integrity of the intergovernmental relations and the local government fiscal framework. So the FAFC at this stage issue a very harsh warning that health spending is consistently positive and exhausted, but output and outcome performance should show mixed results, and that Parliament should focus its oversight efforts on underachieved performance targets where there has been 100% expenditure against the budget. The NHI grant should be specifically focused on reforms that advance the implementation of this bill. Furthermore, the problems regarding the intergovernmental relations and the local government fiscal framework institutional arrangements must be resolved before large budgetary commitments are made to the NHI. Lastly, Chair, it is the view of the Freedom Front Plus that the Portfolio Committee, the Minister and the Minister of Finance and the President need to hear and pay attention to the concerns and recommendations put forward by the FAFC. They make valuable recommendations to us, and it seems to us that there is a communication gap between the Department of Health, the FAFC, and the National Treasury. And the Freedom Front Plus pointed out also in this committee that the committee needs to thoroughly review the problems regarding the NHI before the public participation process could have commenced earlier, before we sat with this bill clause to clause. So that's my input on this whole clause 10. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Clark.
Chairperson, you know, when you read the functions of the fund, the bill completely removes the choice of South Africans to choose where to get their healthcare. The bill removes the autonomy of South Africans to choose their own healthcare. It's mandated in the National Department of Health as the sole provider of healthcare in the country, while all private healthcare providers will be contracted by the state. And this means that there's absolutely no choice for people. So what I would really like to raise is, you know, in terms of the composition of the advisory committee and how that will be done so that we have a really good mixture on that committee to make the relevant recommendations. And as Member Ishmael had mentioned, the 30-day payment in our current healthcare system is a major problem. What also worries me a lot is the current subsidy for medical schemes would also be removed and redirected to the NHI. And the removal of these subsidies would have the immediate implication on lower income medical aids as well, such as pensioners, and certain medical aids provide quite good health care under lower income medical aids and cover substantial benefits, and I'm worried about that. I'm also worried about the PMBs of medical aids, you know, that they, in terms of the PMB management, how we would manage that within the NHI, because, you know, we all know that if you're admitted for certain emergencies, how would that be managed within the NHI? In terms of healthcare, and people are not, our patients are not being negatively, have negative medical treatment in terms of that. Then the overall framework is presented, which illustrates that one monopoly public structure would now purchase all needed healthcare goods and services in South Africa. It is suggested in various supporting documents that the NHI would make the services compete for contracts, and how would that function? You know, when we talk about one provider as within the pool, I mean, how are we going to instill competition in terms of the NHI and the corporate governance model of NHI? How would these appointments to the board, the chief executive officer, be made? In terms of the Minister of Health, I would really like us to make sure that Parliament has oversight in terms of all these appointments that we speak about in the establishment of the fund. Thank you.
No, Chair. Yeah, sorry, Chair, just to call some order, requesting you, Chair. Am I allowed, Chair?
Is that a point of order?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, please
Chair,
continue.
we are requesting that you help us focus on the clause at hand. It's clause 10, because recommendation of the FFC, NHI, pilot, and HMA has no bearing on this clause. So therefore, if you will guide us there, thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Honorable Kaba, you're putting me under pressure here now. Honorable Kaba, I think we need to have a very fair process. And if you look at the number of points raised under that clause, I think I am trying to give the members an opportunity to express themselves. There's no harm in that. Thank you very much. All right, who was next?
I think it's me, Chair.
Honorable Wilson.
Thank you, Chairperson. I could probably keep you here busy all day if I go word by word.
No, but that's not the intention of what
No,
I
I
just
know.
said. Thank you.
It's a very long and it's very detailed section of this thing. So I have specific concerns here. So there's two issues, and one of them is that of this whole powers of this fund is to purchase all needed healthcare for all residents in South Africa. And I think we need to take, and I think this word purchase must be taken in its literal sense. In other words, that fund will procure healthcare goods and services. And it only establishes one mechanism by which the government will guarantee social protection to access to healthcare. And that is the healthcare purchased by the fund. And this is my issue. There is an extent by which other forms of healthcare coverage may continue to exist. But this legislative framework can actually go so far as to prohibit, if you read it carefully, it prohibits alternative forms of coverage through medical schemes and other social insurance arrangements. And that is in direct contravention of Section 27 of the Bill of Rights of South Africa, where you are, to some degree, denying statutory protection of coverage under the terms of that bill.
Ms. Magazi, can you please mute your microphone?
The National Health Insurance Bill states that a user, by which is meant every resident who has a right to purchase healthcare services that are not covered by the fund through a complementary voluntary medical insurance registered in terms of the Medical Schemes Act, any other private insurance scheme or out of pocket as the case may be. This, as far as I'm concerned, this clause and sections of this clause number 10 actually contravenes the constitutional mandate that we have as protection of society, and in particular, Section 27 of the Act. The provision, oh, sorry, right. Sorry, I've got a lot of notes here. This is very hectic, this section. Okay, so I had the function or the word purchasing is seen as distinct from the function of, for instance, healthcare provision. In this way, health services, whether public or private, will be seen as separate legal entities from the purchaser. And I think there are implications for that in the long term. The rationale behind the separation into purchasing and provision is to achieve efficiencies through the establishment of a dominant purchaser that will be able to engineer efficient arrangements with providers through strategic contracts. It is presently assumed that the combination of scale together with purchasing power will induce these efficient contracts. And I have a very big problem with contracting where a single entity like the NHI fund gets the right to contract in suppliers. There is huge problems that are going to arise from that, particularly where people who have been supplying our health structures for year on year for I don't know how many years suddenly lose the right to supply or to provide medical care, medical equipment, medical services. And I think that is going to leave us open for lots of constitutional rights going forward. And I think principally I'm covered by the Honourable Clerk, but I want to cover in particular specific Functions of the fund 10.1I. And let me tell you why we have such a huge problem with where the money for this fund is coming from and where it is going to be utilized and how it is going to be utilized. And again, I'm going to use Limpopo. The Limpopo Department of Health has paid 516 million rand to Veritas Digital since its appointment in 15 June 2022. Over a million a month. It also anticipates paying an additional estimated amount of 600 million for the completion of the project over the contract lifespan. The department appointed a service provider to scan, archive, and store all records from Limpopo's hospitals and clinics for over a period of 60 months. Apparently, they have already scanned 487 million pages from the 41 facilities in the province. But apparently that is only 65% of inactive records. They haven't even begun to tackle the active records to date. They now estimate that another 280 million will be needed to complete the scanning of the outstanding inactive records, and a further 320 million will be required for outstanding active medical records. In 60 months, the department is going to spend 1 billion rand to scan records. If that is just the Department of Health, and this is what the NHI fund is now going to take over, please will somebody tell me how that is going to be funded? I don't know how Limpopo is doing it. I don't even know how they're getting away with it. But that is the kind of thing that raises huge concerns for us in clause 10 of this bill. Because unless you can tell me where all of these billions are going to come from all of this, and don't say tax, because at 3.5% of GDP, the Treasury has already told us it can't be done. Please, please, somebody explain to me. That is my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Wilson. Honorable Hubbard.
Thank you, Chair. In clause 10C, ANC supports this clause for the following reasons. The fund will purchase healthcare services that takes into account the disease burden and that are targeted at the meeting that needs of all ages of groups, while leaving no one behind, as determined by the Benefits Advisory Committee. This will also include the rural communities and all vulnerable persons, including those living with disabilities, women, children, and older persons. Clause 10F. ANC supports this clause for the following reasons. This fund will put in place systems and processes to ensure that accredited and contracted providers are paid appropriately and accurately using alternative reimbursement strategies and are paid on time. Clause 10H. ANC supports the clause for the following reasons. Because it promotes rational access to health services and ensures that the population has access to needed health services at the right level of care. Clause 10I. ANC supports this clause for the following reasons. The continuous monitoring of providers will ensure that the fund only credits and contracts with providers and establishments that are compliant with all relevant and applicable legislative and regulatory prescripts. Clause 10N. ANC supports this clause for the following reasons. This provision is consistent with normal and procedural practices as relates to public entities and the PFMA. Clause 10Q. ANC supports the clause for the following reasons. The NHI fund must link into the National Health Information System for the purpose of planning, decision-making, and equitable resource allocation. Thank you, Chair. This is what I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Temba Kwayo.
Clause 10, H, to be removed since the funding of healthcare services has never been appropriate and consistent in its nature of doing things. I, to be removed also because no collate data have previously been intellectually utilized contextually by the department. J, profiling of accredited and contracted health providers, including its establishment and suppliers, was a failure and will forever be a failure, taking into consideration an example of the PPA saga. It will forever be in the minds of the South Africans. The maintenance of national database and demographics and epidemiological profiling of the population has failed also. Thus, the EFF reject the clause 10 in its entirety, and in actual fact, we reject the NHI bill in its entirety at its present form. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kaba.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I just want to raise that the ANC supports clause 10H and 10I and 10J, that this clause, we support them fully. We can't agree to them being removed. We are proposing that this clause be supported fully. Chair, I would like to also rise on the point with regard to clause 10.P. The ANC support this clause on the following reasons. The NHI fund as a key health sector entity is expected to collaborate with government departments, statutory professional council, and other statutory bodies and organs of state as part of its overall execution of the functions and responsibilities and powers to achieve sustainable and affordable universal access to quality health services for the population. Hence, I also rise in support of clause 10.P. So it's important, Chair, that it be understood. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, anyone else?
Sorry. Just very short and to the sweet. Principally, this clause allows for the political, it's a political appointment of the minister to oversee this fund, and I think that should not be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we've gone through, we've had input on all of the sub-clauses.
Chair, sorry.
Honorable Kaba.
Yes, Chair. Chair, just last points, Chair. Apologies to interject. It's important this be raised because the ANC will be misunderstood. Chair, on 10.R, ANC support this clause on the following reasons. The NHI fund is intended to support the progressive realization of the right to access quality healthcare services of the population in line with Section 27 of the Bill of Rights. On Section 10.t, the ANC support this clause on the following reasons. The NHA fund must be allowed sufficient flexibility and leeway within the set legislative and regulatory parameters to enable its performance and achievement of set performance targets that supports the progression towards achievement of universal health coverage. I think, Chair, those are the issues I wanted to raise. Lastly, yeah, I think those are the issues, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kaba. As far as I understand, all of us have had an opportunity to raise some points. I note as the ANC has made quite a number of suggestions of support of these subclauses or these paragraphs. Maybe just my response on one point of 10.2, a matter that was raised with regards to corruption, is just to state that 10.2 says that the fund must perform its function in the most cost-effective and efficient manner and in accordance with values and principles in the Constitution. Just to, for me to address that point that was raised by one of the honorable members. That has brought us, honorable members, to the end of this clause 10. I am trying to pick up whether anyone else, end of clause 10. We are now at 3 minutes to 1 o'clock. We are going to break for lunch and we will be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you, honorable members. And the lunch is at the restaurant. It means going back outside and back into the hotel on the other side. Thank you. You may start, Honorable Kaba.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like to confine myself to the following, in particular, clause 11, 1, subsection H. ANC support this clause for the following reasons: that the clause must be retained, as these are internal control mechanisms of improving the performance of the NHI fund. The appeals tribunal will be the external control mechanism to which providers, suppliers, and users can submit their complaints against the fund, and they be unhappy with any decision that the fund will have arrived at. This will be inconsistent with provision of PAJA, the one we call Promotion of Administrative Justice, Act 3 of 2000. Once more, Chair, also would like to speak on clause 11.1 point K, wherein we say that discouraging unethical or unprofessional conduct, because the ANC supports this clause for the following reasons. This provision is critical to ensuring that the fund has the internal capacity to effectively address matters of corruption, fraud, unethical or unprofessional conduct or abuse from users of the fund. This will ensure that the fund is adequately protected for fraudulent and unethical conduct, which might weaken its sustainability and ability to achieve its intended objectives. Thanks, Chair. I submit.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm very happy that we are making some progress. I would want to support what the Honorable Kaba would have raised, and I'm totally in agreement with his proposal. Firstly, I must say that the African National Congress support clause 11 subsection 1 and E to G, because the basis of our support is as follows. These provisions are consistent with the standard of operating practices and procedure of Schedule A entities in proactively managing their financial and non-financial liabilities and assets. The fund is expected to do this not in a surplus or profit-driven or commercial manner, but rather in a manner that focuses on promoting access to the quality personal service through sustainable and equitable and effective and efficient mechanism based on the objective of achieving universal health coverage. I must say, Honorable Chair, that the ANC further support clause 11.1 subsection O based on the following reason. The fund must continuously liaise with the Minister of Health on matters of national policy and priorities, including aspects pertaining to the introduction and review of the regulation in terms of the provision of the Act, enabling its creation and operations that will ensure regulatory coherence and promote alignment on matters pertaining to health sector programs and intervention. Honorable Chair, I must say that we further agree with what Honorable Xaba would have said, and will indeed send the formal documentations to that effect through the secretary and copying yourself as the chair of this committee. Thank you very much indeed for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk.
Thank you, Chairperson. There are many issues that we've already raised because you find that many of the sections are sort of cross-cutting. I will start with subsection B to C. No safeguard or control over how or why equipment, property, etc. would be purchased, and can they purchase in their own accord? Just to get clarity, does that not open up threats in terms of tender corruption? And then subsection E, on what basis would such steps be needed? If this is in reference to payment towards healthcare providers, would that not go directly against the PFMA and previous deliberations on payment terms? Then subsection F, will the fund be directly responsible for medico-legal claims? If so, we know that that would run into billions of rands per annum. Subsection G, no oversight nor control in place on who or how purchasing will be done. Subsection H, should there not be an independent body investigating maladministration or complaints against the fund itself? And we've raised this in the previous sections before. Then H1, what would happen to the providers who have been supplying hospitals for a long time, year on year, and how would they be ensured that they continue as service providers? 2, factually, the public healthcare has failed dismally to pay contractors and doctors and nurses on time. What reassurance will there be that payments will be made timeously? Number 3, how will, this is on the subsection Chairperson H, I'm just going through those subsections. How will this be done considering many hospitals do not even have telephone lines and working computers? And Chairperson, I can really vouch for that. I've been at many hospitals now. They don't have IT equipment. They don't have computers. I mean, Pelanomi in Bloemfontein is one of those hospitals. Then 5, how will the fund manage the risk of underfunding? That will be the biggest risk. Number 6, no reference to what mechanisms will be put in place to prevent fraud. No checks and balances, powers are centralized to the minister. And I really would recommend again that Parliament should have oversight, or the fund should account to Parliament or scope it to avoid any possible fraud. Then 7, again, no mention is made, no plan in place to reasonable ascertain how the fund will function, what services will be purchased, what will not be, who is entitled to healthcare, etc. And we brought that up as well in the previous sections. Then if I go to subsection J, no oversight on how these will be controlled. Powers remain with the minister who can arbitrarily exercise his power. Subsection K, no mention of how protection of fund will be done. The NHI bill does not reflect how NHI will even operate. It's impossible to deliberate on how fraud will be prevented when we don't even know how it will work as yet. There's nothing that has been shown that the NHI will be any different from any other government SOEs, and I brought that up in the previous section as well. Then if you go to section 11.2, who will become an accredited healthcare provider? And we asked that as well before. Many issues with this. Will some institutions be barred? Is there a limit to certificates issued, which raises the constitutional issues? Subsection A, what are these purchases? There is no definitive list or idea on what will be covered in that and what not. How will patients be aware of what is available? This is on 2. Then B, practicality of this section is concerning. We see hospitals around the country that do not have beds, not sheets or medicine on a regular basis. How will NHI magically change this? And you know, we talk about paying people on time, take all reasonable measures to ensure that there may be no interruptions to supply. I can tell you, Chairperson, that doctors drive at the middle of the night to other hospitals to find supplies in order to provide healthcare. So there must be, in this bill, there must be some accountability around issues like that, because doctors can't be doing that when they're having to save patients' lives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to first go to section 1D. Now, chapter 3, section 11 of the NHI bill, subsection 1D refers to the investment of money that is not immediately required for the conduct of the NHI fund's business, and states that the fund may realize, alter or reinvest such investments or otherwise manage such funds or investments. Now, I think the main concern of the general public is, and we've been speaking about it the whole morning, is that the NHI will simply follow in the footsteps of Eskom, Transnet, and now the SABC, South African Airways, and others. The Minister of Health forever holds the view that the NHI will not take the same risk as Eskom. And this statement is a bit vague and disconcerting, and government cannot ensure that the NHI will not suffer great financial losses like the other state-owned entities, and no clear answer can be provided with regard to how the Minister and government plan to manage the NHI fund to prevent looting and corruption from occurring in the NHI. The fact that corruption occurred within, like I said earlier, the South African Police Services Medical Aid means that the Minister cannot give any assurance that corruption will not take place within the NHI. The only thing that the Minister could say during our meeting held in August 2019 of this committee, that was the previous Minister, was that, and I quote, corruption will be a major challenge, close quote. And it is thus clear that a corruption-free NHI cannot be guaranteed, and as a result, the NHI will be looted. And then I want to go to section 11.1G. I think the shortage of medicine in state hospitals and clinics is a matter of great concern and a serious problem that must be addressed before the NHI can be implemented. In a written question sent to the Minister of Health in October 2019, I've asked the Minister whether any accounts for medicine of provincial hospitals and clinics are currently in arrears, and for how long these accounts have been overdue, and what amounts were outstanding. And his response was at that time, yes, there are provincial departments that currently have accounts that are overdue in the current 1920 financial year. He also went on to state that clinics and hospitals order from suppliers, although accounts are reflected at the provincial level. He said all provinces have accounts with suppliers that are over 30 days. And then he stated a lot of provinces here, to my answer, with a very big amounts that was in arrears. He also stated that the budget allocations for medicines in the provinces are insufficient to meet the demand for the financial year, and provinces often have to first pay accruals from the previous financial year at the beginning of the next financial year. The Minister said that this causes a cash flow problem leading to delayed payment. He also added that in some cases there are administrative problems where invoices do not reach the provincial financial department. And in response to a follow-up question, when I was inquiring whether the supply of medicine to provincial state hospitals and clinics has been suspended by manufacturers due to the overdue amounts still owed by the provincial state hospitals and clinics, and which ones are affected, the Ministers answered yes, but there were accounts that were suspended by suppliers for the Northwest and Eastern Cape provinces. And on this matter, the Auditor General also reported to the committee that there is an overall lack of service delivery in state hospitals and clinics due to the mismanagement and maladministration, and the Department of Health's vision and mission have been completely destroyed here. If I can just go to on the same subject, on the shortages of doctors and nurses, The current shortage of nursing staff makes the implementation of the NHI impossible. According to the trade union Solidarity, 8,500 fewer nurses entered the labour market since 2013, and the number of qualified nursing staff members has decreased with 40% since 2013. Now, this was in a report from them in July 2019. I think it's now a bit more better than it was. Now, this is due to an excessive workload, long hours, working under difficult circumstances, a lack of support and equipment, and a lack of funds. I said the circumstances in our country's hospitals and clinics are absolutely shocking. Security is so bad that nurses, doctors, students, and patients are assaulted and even raped. On top of that, many patients die under strange circumstances, and this we have seen as members ourselves when we did oversight visits. On our own. Even if someone is only admitted to the hospital with a broken leg, a person cannot be sure that he or she will survive. A non-governmental organization, Health Systems Trust, issues the report on the 27th of January 2020, indicating that compensation as a result of medical negligence amounts to staggering 104.5 billion rand for all 9 provinces at that stage. And the head of this organization, Dr. Tembe Muti, said in a statement at that stage, but this report provides a perspective of the great challenges faced with the implementation of the NHI. And then on a question for written reply that was sent to the Minister on the 20th of September 2019, the Minister was asked what he found to be the reasons for why the Republic has a shortage of doctors and nurses in state hospitals. And the previous Minister answered the primary reasons why the Republic has a shortage of doctors and nurses is the fact that the public health sector budget has not been increasing in real terms for the past 10 years, impacting on the number of staff that can be appointed. Furthermore, the demand for health services in the country is increasing, while there is no additional funding to address the change, which results primarily from immigration into the country and the increasing burden of disease. And earlier this year, in February, the current Minister of Health answered me that there was, I think, a shortage of 13,000 vacant nurses posts in our state hospitals in this country. So South Africa healthcare services are in a terrible state, Chairperson, and the government is making a big mistake if it thinks that the NHI will be a magic wand that will solve all these problems. It's also disturbing to learn that from a department was underspending its budget with R1 billion in the 18-19 financial year. And we had a big debate at that stage on this matter. So adopting and implementing the NHI will cause experienced medical professionals, in our view, to leave this country. Government is still unable to provide clarity regarding how the NHI will be financed and what role medical aid funds will play under the NHI. Everything seems to indicate that the government is aiming to get rid of medical aid funds with the NHI, and that will surely deliver another significant blow to South Africa's already struggling economy. And we must remember, Chairperson, that the small pool of taxpayers in this country will become overburdened with the NHI and will not be able to afford paying the compulsory contributions to the NHI, medical aid contributions, as well as the already high taxes. The government's plan to use the NHI to upgrade the dilapidated infrastructure at state hospitals will also not work. And the NHI will only be implemented as a means to obtain more funds from taxpayers and combat even more corruption. So shortcomings in the proposed bill are setting alarming bells ringing, seeing as the proposed bill does not even specify which services will be covered by this NHI. And lastly, the fact that patients will not be able to see a specialist or a doctor because the NHI will not pay for it before the patient is registered at an NHI accredited primary healthcare facility, and the facility refers a patient to a specialist, is extremely disconcerting. If government is presently failing to provide proper healthcare service to patients at state hospitals and clinics, it raises the question of what will happen in the future under the NHI. And we saw now that this section is also speaking about corruption, this and corruption, but I have notes here of 10 pages of corruption. And we can sit the whole day and speak here about corruption. The fact of the matter is, Chairperson, that this bill will not be, how can you say, corruption will put its claws into this system. It's not corruption free. I can guarantee you corruption will happen in the system. And I think that's a big concern for most South Africans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Clause 11, subsection 1J. ANC supports this clause for the following reason. The NHI fund should have the capacity to commission and or undertake research that should inform its programs of action in key areas that impact its ability to make contributions towards facilitating universal access to health care services to be provided for the population. Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Tembakwayo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Before I can just make a few comments, I'm just saying to you, Chair, maybe you can respond on this to say we are already in the process of clause by clause deliberations, and yet we have so many questions that needs the direct responses from the minister. When is that going to take place? Out of all these questions that we ask, when are we going to get the direct responses from them? And secondly, I'm just trying to say, Chairperson, when we do our own deliberations, we don't expect any responses from the other honorable members who are serving with us in the department. They say their own things, we say our own things. They must not come and interject and please ask them to refrain from responding to our questions and or views inclusive of the comments. In connection with clause 11, it speaks to the fund. It speaks to the funds. I never disturbed anybody, please.
Just hold on, please.
Can I be protected?
Honorable Dr. Tembakwayo, unfortunately, the hand is raised on a point of order. So if I am obliged to take it. Can you hold on for a moment?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Chair, I think in your opening here, you made it clear that our participation and being in this precinct is the same as it could be within the National Assembly in the House. So we can't be told by any other member what to say in terms of what our party mandate is being. And if in case we must provide order and clarity to any other party, that has to be taken in the interest of the House participation rules. So it can't be that I will be mummed here not to say anything according to the mandate received from the party. I think that's how you made the rules clear, Chair. So I think the honorable member, if you will recall, that we are in the House here and she may raise what she must raise in the manner in which befitting her. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Can I proceed?
Yes.
Clause 11, I'm not going to respond to what he has said. It doesn't make me change what I've said. Chair, in connection with clause 11, like I said, it addresses the information on the fund and more specifically on procurement. And just to say, if the health personnel are part of those that deliver services, that have contracts within the health department, as it has been the norm, then what is the role of a provision of such a clause? Because it is also going to end up with the health personnel getting the contracts to deliver the services here. And where is the degree of ethics taken into consideration in such aspect? There are also no explicit measurements of protection against fraud because there exist no such measurements to cap fraud. So the previously mismanagement issues that were reported, including the stealing of the money, will still be a repeated decimal in the NHI. That is a worrisome type of aspect. And furthermore, to say, is the public not supposed to be given accessibility into the financial statement and or cash flows of the NHI? We are talking of funds here Yet the general state of the public health facilities, where the defined set of standards for quality health is not met, and it will not be met, whether we implement the NHI or not, it's going to be worse. We are talking of funds here, yet there is non-adherence to Batupili principles. And generally there occurs lack of service culture, service delivery culture by some health professionals at local clinics and some hospitals that have a major concern to the public as it may be. Thank you, Chair. And please respond to my first concern when you have a chance to. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Tembakwayo. I'll do that after all the members are completed in this round, as I usually do, and then I'll respond to your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Wilson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Wow. Where do I start? Okay, so the whole organization and powers of this fund are worrying me. It's very, very loosely framed around this bill. And lots of mention and reference made to the establishment of substructures of national government. And I think that's my biggest concern. The establishment of district health management officers, DHMOs, through amendment to the National Health Act. These are established as national government components. Okay, so in this whole lot, we're going to set up these LACA district offices and management offices, and they will be established as national government components. These structures then effectively strip away the powers of provinces to finance, plan, and district health services, and to finance, plan, deal with district health services, and they've taken all of that away and they've just said, right, minister's problem. They will report to the minister, full stop, finished and clear. Amendments to the National Health Act further stipulate that DHMOs must establish contracting units which will receive funds determined by a formula from the NHIF to contract with primary care providers. These contracting units established as part of DHMOs will be required to contract with the NHIF to receive funds from the NHIF. Well, first of all, a government component can only be established if the prescribed feasibility study is conducted and its findings recommend the establishment of such a component. I cannot find any evidence of this feasibility study, and if that is not there and it hasn't been done, what are we doing sitting here? The horse is still stuck behind the stable door and we've bolted. There is no feasibility study, and without those recommendations, we should not be sitting here. Klar and forbade. But let's go on. The NHIB and the proposed amendments to the National Health Act do not provide a complete governance framework for the components. It's not there. There is no framework. It's little bits of information and little bits of sections of this bill with no solid framework whatsoever. It essentially establishes a set of national structures that will be appointed by the minister, and they will directly report to who? The minister. No framework has been established that makes these proposed district DHMOs accountable to the community that they will purchase services for. You can't be, a minister can't hold people to account, but the community can hold nobody to account, and this is exactly what this is proposing. There is no clarification of what kind of public structure a so-called contracting unit is. And given that it was have such substantial delegated powers to procure health services, this is concerning. The framework, as we see here today, and I raised this earlier, substantially undermines the constitutional power of provinces to plan, finance, and run health services. The constitutionality of this aspect of the framework is clearly in question. It is clearly in question. The centralization of the PES is effectively an intrusion by national government into the legitimate tax revenue of provinces to carry out their constitutionally mandated functions, which includes health services and ambulance services. The reference of Schedule 4A to health services plainly requires that all aspects of health services are legitimately the domain of provincial governments, including raising and allocating funds, planning, organizing, and service delivery. These powers include all personal health services, hospitals, clinics, and transport services. And a simple piece of plenary legislation cannot take precedence over the Constitution. And this is exactly what is happening in this bill. You cannot override the constitutional mandates that are out there before. Chicken or egg first, you tell me, but if we don't fix one, we can't do the other. And if we do the one, then we've got to fix the other. And right now we're 20 years down the line from where we are now. We are dreaming. International models involve local autonomous structures that are accountable for performance to communities through local government frameworks. Moves that shift health systems towards decentralization are technically sound. And yet we are not doing this. We are trying to do exactly the opposite. And we are trying to centralize the services in this country. And we are headed to failure. There is no evidence whatsoever to suggest that the performance failures of the public health system, and God knows they're not just failed, they're dead on the ground, and I don't think we've got enough to resuscitate them at the moment. There is no evidence to show that the failures in the public health system have resulted from the purchaser-provider split. There's no evidence whatsoever of that. There is, however, substantial evidence that the failures are attributable to government weaknesses and failure of institutionalized system. And that applies in 8 out of 9 provinces. So we're going to just take the problems out of those 9 provinces, and every AG report that we get shows us exactly the same thing. We have failed in the terms of management, discipline, auditing, and all of those kinds. And we're now going to take all of those problems and we're going to dump it somewhere else without rectifying the problem. We don't need this bill if we can't rectify those problems. If those problems had been rectified, we wouldn't need this bill. The degree of concentrated power that we are putting into the hands of political appointees is unprecedented, even in South Africa. It represents a major threat.
Honorable Wilson.
Yes, Chair, I'm almost done.
Yeah, I've now allowed you quite long. And would you
It's a long section.
Would you also speak to the clauses, the clause itself then?
It actually applies to every clause that we have here because it's a constitutional issue, which is why I'm not speaking clause by clause. Every one of these is interlinked one way or the other, and they're all affecting the constitutionality, Chair, which is why I've not done it clause by clause. If I may continue, I'm almost done, Chair.
Yes, please.
If you may.
Honorable Munye.
With all due respect, the Honorable Wilson is not addressing anything that's under clause 11. So as you brought us here to address clause by clause, and I'm sure let's all focus on the area that you directed us to do. I thought I should raise that point of order, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Munye. It's exactly what I had just raised. So can you wrap up, Honorable Wilson?
Thank you, Chairperson. Reading the sections in this powers of this fund, it is plain that is the attention of the political actors behind these proposals to concentrate upwards of 8% of domestic gross product, or DBP, in their hands. This, in fact, may be the primary impetus behind these proposals, and this is our concern. It is not fiscally possible for the intended financial concentration to emerge at the attended levels, and they all are concentrated in sections 10 and 11, which we are discussing at the moment. Over the period of 10 years, the NHI has been unable to generate a financial feasibility assessment of this NHI framework. Without that, none of these clauses, both in 10 or 11, are feasible, viable, or constitutional. I could go on for another half an hour, Chair. I've got lots here, but those are my problems at this stage.
Thank you very much. Honorable Gela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think I must raise my consent and also to say that we are correcting the mistakes of the past. I'm worried the way Honorable Wilson is so emotionally, because what we are trying to address is their own medicine. We are trying to address their apartheid era, where we were sidelined as Black people to benefit equally, so like other people, like themselves. And
point of order, Chair.
She can't compare
Honorable
the public sector and also the private sector.
Gela,
there's no feasibility study of any public entity, even if it is. Chair?
Honorable Gela, thank
Yes,
you.
Chair.
There was a point of order by Honorable Wilson.
Chair, let me make this clear. We are here to do a clause by clause bill, okay? And I really object to somebody talking about me and my apartheid era. Now, the Honorable Gela may or may not know it. I fought vehemently against apartheid from when I was a young girl. So please do not throw me into that category. I was deadly against it. It was abhorrent and it was a South African shame. And I object to people pointing fingers at me saying I was a member of such an abhorrent system. I was not, and I ask her to withdraw, please.
Honorable Gela,
Chairperson,
you've heard the reply of Honorable Wilson to what
Chair,
you...
I'm still saying it, Chair. It's because of the apartheid era. And there's nothing that I'm going to apologize for it. Because we are suffering as Black people is because of their mistakes, because he was there as a leader by then. We were oppressed by the whites. And also, Chair, let me just go straight to the point that I want to make it, because indeed African National Congress is trying to address all the outstanding issues, and also we must benefit equally. As I was saying, Chair, there is no feasibility study of any public entity. Even if it did, it won't be a part of the bill. I think she knows. And the other argument that NHI is like any government department, NHI is based on clause 9 under chapter 3, which state clear that it is a Schedule A public entity. SO is a Schedule 2, payments of a Schedule A is commendable. So, Chairperson, really, I think let's not mislead people of South Africa. She was one of the people who attended the public hearing during the public hearing session, where people, they've raised their frustration and also said that we must implement NHI as yesterday because they see the frustration. For example, in the private sector, Chair, when your resources are exhausted, they will just take you to the public facility.
Honorable Gela, can you hear me? There's another point of order from Honorable Wilson. Just hold for a moment.
Sorry, Chair, will the Honorable Gela stop referring to me as she? Who is she? I am the Honorable Wilson.
Why are you
your colleague here,
frustrated?
and I
Why
will
are
not
you
be referred
frustrated?
to as she.
Honorable
He does
Wilson.
and she does the other thing. I'm
Honorable
sorry, I
Gela,
object.
allow Honorable Wilson to finish, please. Hold on, Honorable Munyai. Are you completed, Honorable Wilson? Thank you. Honorable
She
Gela, please
is
continue.
finished.
Oh, my apology by saying she, if you feel offended. But I think you are she because you are a female, you are not a male. But let me continue with the point that I wanted to raise on clause 11, Chair. But maybe before, I don't see anything wrong when the minister is doing his duty as assigned to him. And whatever that is in the bill, he must also make sure that he monitor and also make sure that everything is doing accordingly. Even during the apartheid era, when Verwoerd and de Klerk, they were leading, they were part of taking decisions. Their prime minister were also doing taking decisions. So I don't know why now, because maybe they are feeling the pressure, because I know, Chair, they never supported the bill. Whatever that comes to the poor, they seem as if they are sympathizing with the poor, but they are not. They are still oppressing the Black people. So hence they're against the NHI bill.
Point of order.
But Chairperson, the point that I want to make, I know that that's why they have argument, and that's why she behaved like that, because she knows that the NHI bill is going to address all the problems
Gela.
that they have created for us. Chair, let me go straight to the point that I want to raise.
Honorable
Chairperson,
Gela, Honorable
Chair,
Gela, please.
Chair.
Please, Honorable Gela. I now have 2 points of orders here in the House. I'm going to allow the 2.3 now, or I'm going to allow the 3 points of order. But Honorable Gela, please go to the clause. Let us now stop that further discussion so that we can move forward. Thank you. Do you still want your
No,
point of
Chairperson,
order? Honorable Gela, I need to take the point of order. You still want to have this point of order after what I just said, Honorable Wilson?
Oh, indeed, I do, Chair. The Honorable Gail, she's walking on very, very thin ground here. And I will not have be told that I am sitting here because I want to continue the apartheid regime and because anything that the ANC decides is we're going to oppose it. We are here to fight for the rights of every person. I don't care what party any member of this party is affiliated to. What we are fighting for is right or wrong. And she is making this a political issue. And I'm hoping that this is recorded because I am referring this to a higher level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take the 4. You'll be number 4, Honorable. You still want to have a point of order, Honorable Clerk? Honorable Van Staden, and then Honorable Munyai.
Thank you, Chairperson. I really think we must exercise respect and maturity when we come to these meetings. Honestly, I mean, what has just happened now is really unacceptable. We are here to make sure that we do the business of Parliament. That's our jobs. And please let's stop accusing each other of issues that are untrue. Really, I mean, the reason why we all do this is because we want a better life for every South African. That's why we are here.
I mean,
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van Staden.
Chairperson, like a member of Clark is saying, we are all here in Parliament. That's why we run for office, public office in the first place, is to make South Africa a better place. I think it's not mature for any member to say to anybody who's sitting here and spending hours to make the public health sector accessible to all the people of South Africa, to be saying, come and say that you are sitting here and you have benefited from apartheid. I haven't benefited from apartheid. I want what's the best for all South Africans, and that's why I'm giving my inputs here and to get rid of the corruption in the public health sector and to build up the public health sector so that we can have a good public health sector for all South Africans. So it's a bit disturbing for me to hear something like that from the Honorable Gela. And I want to ask you, Chairperson, that you refrain from that and that we can continue our work. Otherwise, what's the point of being here? To be throwing two sticks and stones to everybody else every day. Doesn't work like that.
Thank you. Honorable Munyai, followed by Honorable Kaba.
I don't think, Honorable Chair, the wrong should make it right. You know, if somebody is wrong, you continue to do the similar mistake. All I'm trying to say is that Honorable Wilson advised that in terms of the rule, need to call her honorable members. And she can't in turn, Honorable Chair, call Honorable Gela she. And I think let's use the protocol and the decorum of the House in Parliament. Let's address each other as honorable members. And I think you are doing pretty well, Chair, by advising Honorable Gela to speak to the clause at hand. I think you are in line, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kaba.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think mine, Chair, is to request that Honorable Gela, in my understanding, was referring to clause 11. She may have commented on the clauses, but it is important that both members give Chair respect that you would make a ruling. So there is no way that Honorable Wilson, while Honorable Gela speaks, then she interject. I think it's fair that we give respect to Chairperson and you'll then make a ruling. We can't make a ruling upon you while you are still on the platform. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, what has just happened is something that we would understand in the context of our history. It is true that some of us have been injured. And it is true that some have not been injured. And some have benefit and others have not benefit in our past history. So it does make it difficult when members of our community come together and have to discuss certain topics. And it is a painful experience for those who have had the bad experience. So it doesn't make it good what has happened and transpired between the two members. I'm going to ask in terms of a ruling that all of us and on this particular platform and in these discussions that let us make certain we stay with what we are here for, and we use other platforms, for example, debates within the House, to say all the other things which we have experienced and which we are not happy with. So for the benefit of the people of South Africa, we are bringing, this bill has been brought to see whether there can be further advantage and benefits to all the people of South Africa in terms of the provision of quality healthcare services to all our people. So on that basis, Honorable Gela, please continue raising your points on the clause which is at hand, and we will continue from there. Thank you.
My apology, Chairperson. Let me go straight to my point that I wanted to raise in clause 11(1)(d). ANC supports this clause for the following reason. Schedule 3A are permitted to sell or lease or mortgage their properties. A normal business practice for similar entities and organs of the state. I will just end there, Chair. That will be my submission. My apology if I offended my honorable members, sorry.
Your apology is accepted by me, Honorable Gela. Thank you very much. Honorable Gaba, well, let me first go through the list. Now, the next one is Honorable Gela. Honorable Kaba, you were next on the list, and then Honorable Munyai, and then myself.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Chair, I think one thing I want to raise here is that the argument that the health system is not ready to implement the NHI is countered by clause 39 on conditions for accreditation. So I just wanted to make that clear. And then my input, Chair, will also be on clause 11.1A. ANC supports this clause for the following reasons. All organs of state or state entities such as the planned, the NHI fund should be allowed to implement policies and procedures to enable them to employ personnel using processes that comply at all times with relevant prescripts and labor laws. And also, Chair, that on clause 11.1B, ANC support these clauses for the following reasons. These provisions are consistent with common law and business practices, which will enable NHI fund to build assets, movable and immovable, that support the creation of liquidity to manage operations and meet its obligations for its legally established mandate. So I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Munyai.
Thank you very much. I'm in agreement with the contribution of Honorable Gela and Honorable Taba in these instances. I want to make a concrete submission on the clause 11 subsection 1N, which in this context, the ANC support this clause based on the following reasons. As a legally recognized entity, the NHI fund should be enabled to exercise its rights and obligation consistent with existing legislative and regulatory provision applicable to entities of its nature or this nature. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I also want to make some input, and my input would be on clause 11.1 I, Roman figures 1 to 8. And I support, and the ANC supports this for the following reasons. The NHI fund is expected to consistently apply and rely on evidence-based principles in executing all aspects of its mandated functions and responsibilities. These provisions are also consistent with the principles outlined in section 195 of the Constitution. And this also then therefore includes promotion of the efficient, equitable, effective, and value for money based approach to achieving its mandated objectives. And additionally, just on those two subclauses 7 and 8, we state that those provisions are appreciated as it ensures that the fund continuously takes national health policy and priorities into account as it relates to the program of action driven by the Minister of Health. And I have two more on clause 11.1. L, the NHI fund must execute its functions. We support this, and it is because the NHI fund must execute its functions, powers, and responsibilities in a collaborative manner by engaging other public entities or organs of state to gather the necessary data and information to strengthen and improve its operations in various aspects such as service delivery design, contracting of providers, and even conducting benchmarking exercises on items such as reimbursement tariffs applicable to specific provider types. And lastly, on clause 11.2, A to E, the ANC also supports the clause because the clause ensures a number of issues are addressed. For example, it creates mechanisms that allow the fund to exercise its strategic purchase of function in effectively meeting the personal health needs of the population. It also ensures that the fund puts into place protocols, procedures, and processes that enable it to consistently meet the personal healthcare needs of the population under all circumstances through effective and reliable contracting systems with providers, health establishments, and suppliers. The fund must always operate within a framework that prioritizes users by meeting the provisions outlined in relevant sections of this and other applicable acts, and mandates and empowers the fund to utilize its strategic purchaser capabilities to determine and utilize the lowest possible prices for the goods and healthcare services that are required to provide services in the best interest of users. So, honorable members, before I address the question that was raised by Honorable Tembo Kwaya, she's asked me to respond to it. I just want to make certain that there are no other responses to this clause. Honorable Munyai.
No, I think you are quite right, Honorable Chair. Now that the Honorable Tembagwayo has raised the issue of the ministry and the department to come and present, maybe it's the time and the moment to put these issues to rest through a decision of this portfolio committee. Therefore, I'll propose that the ministry can be invited to present at the end of our clause by clause work. That will be my concrete contribution, because any other request for them in the middle of the clause by clause process will be premature and will be in piecemeal. It's like they'll be cooking rice, by grain, instead of comprehensive response to the issues that we would have engaged comprehensively as this portfolio committee. That is my view, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Tembakwayo would have noted that there's some inputs from the members on the topic, so I'm going to take those first before I will speak. Honorables Wilson and Clark.
I'm sorry, Chair, but I need to disagree with the Honorable Munyai. We've raised a lot of questions, and we did in the session before this. And the responses to those questions have a huge impact on what we submit in writing with regards to our proposals and our considerations. And I don't think we're getting answers to questions. And I think the answers to those questions are critically important. We don't want to have to be going back 6 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, however long this process takes, to have to rethink those questions. Where were we? What were they associated to? And I really, really believe, Chair, that we have to have responses from the ministry, not this delegation, from the ministry itself, including the minister, on questions that are raised today, because they affect our inputs that we are going to give into the secretary. Thank you.
Honorable Clark.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I would concur. I think it's really necessary, because my understanding is that we're working through this document clause by clause, putting in recommendations, and then we're going to get another document back with the recommendations added into what has been raised. And I think those questions do need to be answered before the second round of document comes to us in order to look at the recommendations. Thank you.
Honorable Kaba, followed by Honorable Van Staden.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm raising my hand in support of Honorable Munyai. They will come at the end, but except that, Chair, I think honorable members should bear effect that in being us as honorable members, capable as we are, the department will and other institutions would be in patience of listening to us exercising the right of being honorable members, because legally it is our view to express ourselves on this matter. We are policymakers here, and therefore we are not shy about that as to where and how. So they will come at the end, and we are ready to deliberate on this thing. I'm supporting Honorable Munyai.
Honorable Van Staden.
Can I make a suggestion, Chair? That we complete this process when the department responds to all of us, which we are going to deliberate here on this whole bill. And after the department, when the minister can come before the A-list section of this bill is before us. So that's the suggestion I want to put on the table.
Honorable Harvard.
Yes, Chair. I just support the Honorable Mayai and the Koba Minister come here to do presentation. Thank you.
Honorable Geller's hand is raised on the platform, and then Honorable Wilson after that. Honorable Geller? Is that a legacy hand? Honorable Wilson?
Thank you, Chair. Well, then, my question then is raised, who's writing all the questions? Who's writing all the questions, and how do we keep a record of those questions and what they were associated to? Perhaps the Secretary can help us. This is the first time we're doing clause by clause in a long time. What is the normal standard procedure? Thank you.
Right. Well, I will help with that. The question was actually raised to me, so I will answer that question. The first thing is, honorable members, to understand that we have a process that is our own. This is a separate process where the members of parliament are participating in the deliberations on a bill on a clause by clause basis. Now, yes, we could do this in one of two ways. We could have the department come in and we ask them every time, what is your view on what we have just discussed? Or we could say, option number two is, department, please come at the end and please come and we're including the minister, of course, come and talk to everything that we have spoken about. Now, the question that is being asked is, so who is taking notes? And I think everyone here, as we are sitting here, firstly, we're doing a recording of this, and I'm talking about an audiovisual recording. And it has to be for the records because this is an official portfolio committee meeting. Then secondly, we have our researchers and our content advisors here of this committee who are taking notes. We have the department who are taking notes. We have the state law advisors who are taking notes, and we have the legal services of parliament who is taking notes. So at the end of all of that, at the end of all of those discussions, we would have to have a process again. That process would be, and don't forget that I have been reminded this morning, and I decided that I'm going to remind you every single day that your duty is to forward in writing your submissions. When you make a proposal, which is an amendment or something that you feel very strongly about that isn't necessarily an amendment, but a recommendation or a revision, whatever that is that pertains to this bill and the clauses which we are deliberating on, you are to forward that in writing to the secretary of the committee. We will table that for you. And I don't think, having looked at everything that has been said so far, those are not so many. I took some time out to go and read what we had done before, and I picked up that there were only 3 minor amendments prior to today, for example. So it is not a difficult process to go forward again. So as a ruling, if I am making that decision and I'm exercising the authority that is vested in me as the chair to make the ruling that the department and the minister will come at the end of all of these deliberations, and as supported by the honorable members of the ANC and Honorable Van Staden. Can we then agree to that process? Thank you very much.
Agreed.
Yeah, agreed, sir.
All right, Honorable Tembakwayo, you were the one who raised this. I hope I've answered this question to your satisfaction.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not agreeing to the decision that you have taken, but if the majority says so, because I feel every day's questions result to 1,000 other questions at the end of the deliberations. So will the minister be able to attend those 1,000 questions? I mean, you say there are researchers and everybody who are writing down everything that we are saying today. But when she comes here, when he will be coming to address us, he won't respond to all these questions. So it's not a train smash to have a break and allow him to come and respond. Continue, allow him to come and respond.
Thank you,
Yes,
Honorable Tembakwayo.
that's what I always say. I raised this question
Yes.
And I'm not satisfied with the responses that I get.
Yes, but
I
thank you.
got from other members of this committee.
Thank you. I'm not going to take another round on this, honorable members. You can lower your hands. I've made a ruling. I did the proper thing, courteous thing to ask Honorable Temba Kwayo what she felt about it. She's expressed her views, and that's it. That's the end of it. The department and the minister will come at the end of the deliberations on the clause by clause bill. And we have processes in place which are dictated by the way in which things are done in Parliament. And please be assured that I am making every effort to make certain that these processes are above board, that we follow due processes, because at the end of the day, you shouldn't be able to say that the chairperson had not followed the processes which are applicable to this type of thing that we are doing. Thank you very much. I think we have completed on clause 11. I'm going to move on to chapter 4, and it starts with clause 12. And it's a very short clause. I'm going to do only that one clause, and then we will talk about that clause. It is the establishment of the board, and it reads as follows. A board that is accountable to the minister is hereby established to govern the fund in accordance with the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act. Any? Thank you, Honorable Munyai. Any hands? Honorable Clark, Honorable Kaba. Only the three hands. Honorable Wilson.
Shall I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much indeed for the opportunity. We're dealing with the clause 12, so therefore our contribution is that the African National Congress support this clause for the following reasons. One, the board of the fund must be accountable to the Minister of Health as executive authority responsible for health sector. This is consistent with other similar such entities, that are established for other sectoral entities. The National Health Act places responsibility of the health sector to the Minister of Health. This cannot be abdicated for any other entity. Parliament will exercise oversight over the NHI fund as per the norm and standards and practice for other health sector statutory entities, such as NHLS, CMS, MRC, and so forth and so on. As in the norm with similar entities, the board will account to Parliament. Thank you very much for allowing me to make this contribution. And we don't have to amend the Constitution in this regard. And we must respect that we have a unitary government in that context. Thank you.
Next, I think it was Honorable Clark. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to make a recommendation in terms of this clause. This section is opposed in its entirety on the basis that the power should not be centralized to the minister, but the fund should be accountable to Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kaba.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I think I rise in support of Honorable Nhi that the board need to account to the minister because of stewardship that the minister has. I think we must not confuse role of Parliament because Parliament do an oversight. So because of stewardship, the board must account to the minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Wilson.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think this entire section actually needs to be chucked out in its current format. A board that's accountable to the minister appointed by the minister can be hired and fired by the minister, who takes every instruction, yay, nay, or any otherwise by the minister, is nothing more than a body without a spine. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Are those the only inputs on clause 12? Honorable Dr. Chamber Kwayo.
Just to raise my concern and say we don't support this clause in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we will move on to, and don't forget, Honorable Munyai, whatever you put in writing, as you always say.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm just waiting for that we finish so that I can send the position of the ANC on this matters. Thank you.
I think we are aware of that you are sending your things, so don't repeat it.
All right, honorable members, it is now 24 minutes past, 22 minutes past 3. We're taking an 8 minutes comfort break until 13. have 30 seconds. So honorable members, welcome back. I think we are doing exceptionally well as a committee. We should be proud of ourselves, way past our expectation. And so we are mindful of two things here really. The one is that we supposed to continue until 8 o'clock this evening and start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. But we have also been noting the national strike, COSATU national strike. So we are still going to find out how that will impact on the time that we start tomorrow in terms of all our safety. Not that there's danger because it's COSATU, but maybe other associations like taxi associations, etc., get involved, and we might not be able to get to the venue. So we will have to. We are busy looking at those answers, and then before we leave today, we'd be able to indicate whether we start at 9:30, 10, or 11, whatever that may be, for all of our own safety. And then in terms of for today. My expectation was that we would go much further than where we are now, but also having considered the pace and at which we work, and also all of your discipline, which is fantastic, that it has helped us to get to where we are today. I'm hoping that we would make it this evening by at the end, to be at the end of clause 22. And if that is earlier than 8 o'clock, then we leave at the time whichever comes first, the end of clause 22 or this evening 8 o'clock. But as I said, Honorable Wilson, I'm saying whichever comes first.
No, I'm with you.
Okay.
You were talking up 22 tomorrow or today.
Yes, now today. And then tomorrow, I'm still going to apply my mind as to where we think we ought to be by the end of tomorrow evening, but it is all impacted upon by what I mentioned in the first place. So honorable members, that having been said, we are now at clause 12. Just want to make sure my phone is still on silent. Yes, we are. We are now at clause 12, chapter 4. I'm going to start reading. Did I do 12? Yes.
No, Chair, we are done with 12.
Yes.
We must be at clause 13.
Clause 13, yes. I was just reading clause 12 now. Thank you. So clause 13, composition and constitution and composition of board. The board consists of not more than 11 persons appointed by the minister who are not employed by the fund, and one member who represents the minister. Before the board members contemplated in subsection 1 are appointed, the minister must issue in the Gazette a call for the public nomination of candidates to serve on the board. An ad hoc advisory panel appointed by the minister must conduct public interviews of shortlisted candidates and forward their recommendations to the minister for approval. The minister must, within 30 days from the date of confirmation of the appointment of a board member, give notice to the appointment in the Gazette. A board member is appointed for a term not exceeding 5 years, which is renewable only once, and must be a fit and proper person, have appropriate technical expertise, skills and knowledge or experience in healthcare service financing, health economics, public health planning, monitoring and evaluation, law, actuarial sciences, information technology, and communication. be able to perform effectively and in the interests of the general public, not be employed by the state, and not have any personal or professional interest in the fund or the health sector that would interfere with the performance in good faith of his or her duties as a board member. The chief executive officer is an ex officio member of the board and may not vote at its meetings. A board member may resign by written notice to the minister. The minister may remove a board member if that person is or becomes disqualified in terms of any law, fails to perform the functions of office in good faith, in the public interest, and in accordance with applicable ethical and legal prescripts, or becomes unable to continue to perform the functions of office for any other reason. Subject to paragraph B, the minister may dissolve the board on good cause shown only after giving the board a reasonable opportunity to make representations and affording the board a hearing on any representations received. B, if the minister dissolves the board in terms of the subsection, the minister may appoint acting board members for a maximum period of 3 months to do anything required by this act, subject to any conditions that the minister may require and must, as soon as it is feasible, but not later than 3 months after the dissolution of the board, replace the board members in the same manner that they were appointed in terms of this section. So, honorable members, that is clause 13. I'm now going to take your input on this clause. Thank you. Any hands? Let me start on the furthest point again. Kaba, honorables, I'm going to just say honorables once. Honorables Kaba, Munyai, Van Staden, Clark, Wilson, and on the virtual platform, Dr. Harvard after that. So, and no hand currently on the virtual platform. Thank you.
I know. Thanks, Chair. Chair, I think on clause 13, I rise, ANC proposes an amendment on clause 13.3A. Reasons being that the ad hoc panel must be appointed by cabinet. The recommendation must be forwarded to the minister for approval by cabinet. So that is the amendment which we wish to propose as the ANC on clause 13.3.A. Yeah, I think that is on clause 13. The other one, Chair, is on clause 13.7, which I rise there to say the ANC supports this clause. Reason being that this clause ensures that as the appointing authority, the minister is formally notified of the board members' resignation timeously, which is very important. And it also allows for minister to take necessary steps to address any vacancies that may arise timeously to ensure the necessary skills mix are maintained. So those will be my inputs on clause 13, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will attend to clause 13.4, subsection 4. The African National Congress support this clause. This is a standard practice that once the nomination and appointment process have been finalized, it is important that the minister informs the public about the composition of the board as part of the transparency and accountability. I'm also contributing to the clause 13 subsection 5. ANC fully support this clause. Subclauses A, C, and E are the standard board practices and must be retained. Specifically for 13 subsection 5B, the expertise, skills, and knowledge are essential to ensure optimal functioning of the fund without introducing bias and vested interest, and this must be retained. I also, Honorable Chairperson, support the view that subsection 13D implies that with the exception of one member appointed to represent the minister, as it is also the practice in other public entities. I must say, Honorable Chair, that the African National Congress rise to support clause 13 and subsection 6. This is a normal practice of the board in that the chief executive officer, the CEO, automatically becomes the serving member of the board by the virtue of their position. The CEO's ex officio role will benefit the board in terms of the knowledge, expertise, and also experience of how the fund functions. I would stop there, Honorable Chair, and I agree on support the recommendation. I mean the recommendations that has been made by Honorable Kaba in this instance. Thank you.
Honorable Van Staden.
Thank you, Chair. In the constitution and composition of the board, I think the minister is going to have too much powers here. On 13 subsection 1, the 11 persons must be appointed by Parliament. If we go to 13.3, an ad hoc advisory panel must be appointed by Parliament and not a minister. Also in 13B, the recommendations must be forwarded to Parliament for approval.
1817 wins it.
Then section 8, also Parliament may remove a board member, not a minister. Section 9, but Parliament may dissolve a board on good cause, not a minister. And on 9, Roman 2B, the minister must also be it must be replaced by Parliament, and number 2 as well as on Parliament. So the minister must be replaced everywhere with Parliament so that there can be efficient oversight over this board. Otherwise, we're going to see some terrible things playing out in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Clark.
Thank you, Chairperson. Subsection 1 to 4 opposed on the basis that the minister should not have the power to appoint members of the board. We have seen this time and time and again through other SOEs. Our ministers have destroyed SOEs by placing corrupt cadres on the board to do their bidding. We are asking that the appointment of the board, chairperson of the board is done by Parliament as well as the board, the same as what we've done with SABC, was appointed by Parliament. The process should be open and transparent with the public participation and voted by Parliament. I'd like to know how the advisory panel is appointed. There needs to be a criteria in which they are appointed, such as professionals within the industry as well, doctors, legal professionals, and members of Parliament. And also how the recommendations of the panel taken into account. Must the minister appoint on the basis of the recommendations, or is there a guideline only? What would be the point of the panel be if it's only merely a guideline? And if you could give us those answers as well. And then subsection 5 should not be employed by a political party either or recently have been employed as such. And then 9B, should there be a slight maybe there should be a slight restriction on some of the powers of the interim board. Only powers that are necessary for the effective running of the fund during the course of those 3 months.
Thank you, Honorable Wilson.
Thank you, Chairperson. You know, a piece of national legislation should always be used to establish custom-designed health authorities together with very clearly specified features in the principal legislation. And these include things like corporate governance design, powers of supervisory and executive officers, nominations, appointment and removal frameworks of supervisory boards and executive officers, the jurisdiction of the organization, reporting lines, conflict resolution procedures, financing frameworks, etc. And I think some of that is missing in clause 13 and the subsections. I absolutely agree that the ad hoc advisory panel must be appointed by Parliament with specialized criteria of what that panel should be, how it should be made up, and it must include members preferably of this portfolio committee representing various parties. You know, it can't just all be minister. We found out what happened last time we gave ministers unfettered powers, and we're not going to allow that to happen again. But in general, I will support my colleague. It must go through Parliament. It must have specialized criteria. Those criteria must be laid out, and we must be sure of what kind of technical skills we're looking at. Health is hugely technical. It's hugely broad-based. It's extremely wide. So we're going to end up with a situation where somebody representing the disabled sector is going to want to be on the board. We're going to have somebody who represents mental health wanting to be on the board. We're going to have somebody who represents podiatrists, random word, okay. If all of those people believe that they have a right to sit on this board and included in this legislation, believe me right now, your board will not be 11 people. It'll be 211 people. So you must be very specific about what kind of criteria you're looking at, because we have had presentations by mental health and all those other, the cardiologists, radiologists. Health is huge. It is so vast in the type of specialities that are included here. And I think one must be very, very clear. They are all going to want to sit on the board. They're all going to have their inputs. And I think the criteria is way too wide. That is going to have to be tightened up in order that we get the correct mix of expertise and representation of the entire health sector on this board. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Abbott.
Thank you, Chair. Clause 13.2. ANC supports this clause. Publication through a gazette allows for transparent and open process by the public. Clause 13.8. ANC supports this clause. This is because as an appointing authority, the minister should be empowered to remove members that are non-compliant with the requirement of a competent board member. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. From myself, we support the ANC supports clause 13, subclause 5. Now, subclauses A, C, and E are standard board practices and must be retained. Specifically for clause 13.5b, the expertise, skills, and knowledge are essential to ensure optimal functioning of the fund without introducing biases and vested interests and must be retained. And subclause 13D implies that with the exception of the one member appointed to represent the minister, as it is also practiced in other public entities. And then on clause 13, subclause 9, The ANC also supports this clause because it provides for a structured and accountable process by which the minister can dissolve the board. It also enables the minister to establish an interim board for continuity in the oversight function of the fund. And it therefore also prevents concerns of possible dissolution of the board without due process being followed, as the board is afforded an opportunity to state its case. I also support the recommendations made by Honorables Kaba, Munyai, and Howard. And I'm now looking for any other hands. Also on the virtual platform. None? Honorable members, I will move on to clause 14. Clause 14 reads as follows, and it speaks to the chairperson and the deputy chairperson. The minister must appoint a chairperson from amongst the members of the board as contemplated in section 13(1). The board must appoint a deputy chairperson from amongst the members of the board as contemplated in section 13(1) also. And whenever the chairperson and deputy chairperson of the board are absent or unable to fulfill the functions of the chairperson, the members of the board must designate any other member of the board to act as chairperson of the board during such absence or incapacity. I will now take some hands. Honorable Kaba, Honorable Clark, Honorable Munyai, and then Honorable Wilson, Honorable Van Staden. And on the virtual, none. In that order, honorable members?
Thanks, Chair. I think on clause 14, Chair, I rise to indicate that, especially on clause 14(1)(3), clause 14(1)(3), clause 14(1) to 3, ANC supports this clause for the following reasons. This is normal practice. With all other entities reporting to the Minister of Health, that is NHLS, CMS, MRS, HPCA, etc. Therefore, the same must apply and be implemented to the NHI fund. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Clark.
Thank you, Chairperson. Once again, we believe that the chairperson of the board must be appointed by Parliament. And I wonder what the thinking was that, the board must appoint the deputy chair. But it says the minister must appoint the chair, prevents, this really, doesn't make sense to me that the minister appoints the chair, but the board appoints the deputy chair. Thank you.
Honorable Munyai.
I rise to support Honorable Kaba on behalf of the ANC, that what you have raised is really consistent and it's a practice with other current Section 3A entities. And I think you have raised the issue of the NHLS, CMS, MRC, and other organizations. So therefore, in that context, I align myself with the honorable member. I don't want to thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Wilson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Like I say, I agree with my colleague. The board must fulfill the functions of an accounting authority as required by the PFMA and is accountable to a committee or an ad hoc committee constituted by Parliament and not to the minister. It says here that the board must meet at least a minimum of 4 times per year. Well, we've transitioned from one system to another. In other words, what we have to the NHI should it pass. 4 times a year, not going to happen. They're going to have to practically meet weekly, if not monthly at that stage. That comes with a huge financial implication. And I very much doubt that has been taken been factored into any of this. While I see what the functions are, I think some of the board, the terms of what the board is required to do, we're going to have some conflict where where there's an overstepping of boundaries, particularly between the board and possibly the Healthcare Benefits Pricing Committee or even the Benefits Advisory Committee. If there's absolutely no structure or organogram or some kind of framework in place as to how those get dealt with, you're going to have severe conflict in this area, and I think it's going to be hugely problematic. And again, I just support that until such time as Parliament has a degree of holding people to account, particularly in this instance, I don't think we can accept this clause as it stands at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Wilson, I just need clarity from you. You also spoke on clause 15 now. We are at clause 14.
Oh, goodness. I'm way ahead of you. I'm going ahead. Indeed, but again, my point stands.
But I'll give you another chance when we're on 15.
As long as we go, it's done through Parliament and not the Minister, my argument stands on 14 as well, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Van Staden.
Chairperson, I believe that in clause 14.1 that Parliament must appoint a chairperson and not the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Howard and then Honorable
Thank you, Chair. I fully support Honorable Moyai and Honorable Kaba. This is like other procedure, like a CMS, MRC should be appointed by the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moyai.
Honorable Chair, again, I reaffirm what Honorable Harvard and other previous speaker would have said from the ANC, Kaba, and so on. Honorable Chair, I'm trying to ask myself this question. Why is it that we must change the functions of the democratically elected minister enshrined in the Constitution? Are the members aware that they need to change Constitution to do that? Because I don't think we need to change the role of the minister because we're not in power. Because that would be very subjective in my own opinion. So therefore, even in other areas, whether it's a province here in Cape Town, the powers of the Premier are not challenged, nor the powers of the MEC. So let's be consistent across. So therefore, that's my view, Honorable Chair, because I think we should not conveniently wanting to change the powers of the ministers in the name of something feared unknown beyond unitary democratic state, because we're not a federal government. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there are no more hands. Honorable Geller, is that still your old hand? It's a new one. New hand. Honorable Geller. Honorable Geller. Honorable members, that's the end of clause 14. I'm going to move on to clause 15. The heading is functions and powers of the board. The board must fulfill the functions of an accounting authority as required by the Public Finance Management Act. It is accountable to the minister. The entire board, as appointed in terms of sections 13 and 14, must meet at least 4 times per year, excluding any special meetings and subcommittee meetings that may be called from time to time as is necessary. The board must advise the minister on any matter concerning the management and administration of the fund, including operational, financial, and administrative policies and practices. The development of comprehensive healthcare services to be funded by the fund through the Benefits Advisory Committee. The pricing of healthcare services to be purchased by the fund through the Healthcare Benefits Pricing Committee of the board. The improvement of efficiency and performance of the fund in terms of strategic purchasing and provision of healthcare services. Terms and conditions of employment of fund employees, collective bargaining, the budget of the fund, the implementation of this act and other relevant legislation, and overseeing the transition from when this legislation is enacted until the fund is fully implemented.